What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, June 27th, 2025, and we are here at the Kaagbaan. Runway 0624, now in use for departures, together with runway 18 left. We've had some rain overnight, and it is still overcast. It's going to get warm in the weekend. Temperatures on Sunday expected of 30 plus degrees Celsius, but right now it is cool. E2 Embraer 195 to Christiansand taking off here. Marja, goedenavond. Paul, good morning. Wolfgang, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. Hope you're doing well. And good morning to all others who have joined. Thibaut, Doekman, Han, Jackie, Peter, Fatbike Dutch, good morning. Siegfried, Diana, Adrie, Rosalie, good morning one and all. Nippon Cargo, parked over here as well. Now, if all is well, there are two C-17s coming in later in the day. Around noon. Thought they said 11:45 and a 12:15. Hope the connection is good. Hope we're not buffering already. So we've had a bit of drizzle. Right now all should be good. There is still a ceiling at 2800 feet. There currently is a bit of wind blowing from the south, 8 knots, 10 plus kilometers of visibility, relatively high pressure, 15 degrees Celsius. That's expected to climb to 20 or so. So today is still a relatively cool day, good day to be cooling your house, and it's going to get increasingly warmer over the weekend. Airplanes are coming in. 747s, the Orange Pride is coming in, Emirates A380, they're all going to land on Polder and Center. Center is already open for arrivals. Polder will open up again from 11 o'clock. I saw in Bezoekbas. So Polderbaan from 11 o'clock back in business for normal operations. Since I wasn't sure yet what time that was going to happen, I figured let's go and do departures from runway 24, because at least that is a near certainty. I've also tinkered with some of the automation widgets. Hopefully they are a bit better now. New member widgets. I've got two versions of them. One will pop up a bit above the other, so depending on what will happen and where, I can deduce which widget was doing what. Also happy to say that there is improvement underway with the audio. The DJI mic, of course, running via Bluetooth, is sensitive for when I am physically in the way with my body. The reception will stutter at times. I have bit the bullet yesterday. Ordered a Sennheiser UHF system, so that should arrive shortly after the weekend. Hope I have dialed that in come next week. Jeffrey, good morning. Marcel, goedemorgen. Marijke, good morning. Jeff says, are you accepting suggestions for the soundboard? I have ideas. Well, speak, mate. I'm all ears. Martijn, Dennis, goedemorgen. Good morning everybody. Let's see, there are 3 airplanes that are now at or near runway 24. Lined up is EasyJet flight 22162 to Persenchester. That should be arriving, should be coming this way from the right, from the far right in a few moments. That's an A320. And you can see two KLM airplanes over there as well. The EasyJet is now arriving, it's coming this way. You can see it coming. Another KLM departure in the background. In the foreground now, looking to enter the runway, is KLM flight 1571 to Porto in Portugal. That's a 737-900. And behind it is a 787-10, which will be leaving for Bogota, Colombia. Buttshot equals bender, bite my shiny ass. I'm not sure that I know what that is. Is that a reference to a song or a movie? End of the stream, screw you guys, I'm going home. There was another one that I was thinking about, but I wonder how much audio you are allowed to use before the algorithm of YouTube picks up that it is copyright protected. Futurama. I know Futurama, never been a follower of it, so guess that's why I was missing the reference. This is KLM flight 1571. 737-900 to Porto in Portugal. No buffering yet? Hope not. Yeah, so big picture overview. Looking to the north, this is what it looks like. This is looking to the west more or less. You can see things are opening up over there. It's not going to be completely sunny and blue skies yet, but it's going to get better slowly but surely. This is looking to the east. Sun is already high above the horizon. This is looking to the south. Seems that another narrow body just crept ahead of the Dreamliner to Bogota. Air Baltic. Ooh, that's a good one. I love Dr. Cox from Scrubs. That's a good one, Jeff. And I know exactly the bit you're referring to. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Lance, good morning. Martinaire, good morning. Mark, good morning. Rosalie, good morning. Sheila, good morning. Carol, good morning. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 24, where KLM flight 741 to Bogota is now rolling. Bogota is in Latin America, and that's pretty near to Ecuador, if you look on a global scale, of course. Not sure if the people want to hear me sing, Jeff, but that would be a good way to dodge copyrights, period. Sing all the sounds myself. Lance is unpressing like if I sing. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Good morning, Japanese characters. Ari, Ohio gozaimasu. Welcome back. Rob, goedemorgen. Stijn, goedemorgen, good morning. Tuning in from Belgium. Next up, KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas. Another 787-10 Dreamliner. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Papa. You can see that the runway is still wet. We did have a lot of rain. Here it stopped raining hard around 7. And as I was driving over here, up until probably 9 or so, slight drizzle. That's not completely over. Luckily the umbrella I brought along wasn't necessary. Hasn't been necessary yet. 747 Cathay Pacific Cargo has arrived from the scene here. Veerboot, goedemorgen. Leroy, good morning. Derek, good morning. Robert, goedemorgen. All right. Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 65 having arrived from Dubai World Center. The Bravo Lima Juliet Mike has taken 7 hours and 14 minutes to get here. Erik, morgen. The airplane 11 years old, first flight November 2013. Matt, goedemorgen. Standing at the same location as where I was at the other day with the departure of Air Force One. This is a field of grass in the corner of what is Beach Avenue. The road here with the bend here is called Beach Avenue. There's a field of grass over here where you can stand. And that is my current position. Busy at the threshold of runway 24. I'm counting 3 airplanes right now that are queuing Air Baltic. You can see in the background, coming this way is KLM flight 1137 to Dublin, Ireland. And there's also an American Airlines Dreamliner that wants to go to Philadelphia. Hey there, Doug, good morning. And welcome to the show, others. If you're enjoying yourselves and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. A free and easy way to reach a wider audience of like-minded people who like aviation, who like duckies, sometimes buffering. Well, no, nobody likes that. Yeah, so if all is well, there are 2 C-17s currently located at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, and they are expected to come to pick up the last bits of material from the US delegation. Expected shortly before noon and shortly after noon. Hey, what is this? Nippon Cargo. What runway has it been assigned to? Mark wonders if the Oostbaan is still closed. At this time it is still, but it is expected to open up again for arrivals in normal operation from 11 a.m. onwards. So 45 more minutes, then Oostbaan is going to be open again. Since this was information that I only learned about shortly before I went live, because Bezoek Bas had not yet updated this morning with respect to the remainder of the morning and the early afternoon, thought it would be the safest bet to go to Kaagbaan for departures. Bookie Meow, good morning. Gurdeep, good morning. Thank you so much, Gurdeep, for the kind words. I am doing well, absolutely. Top class, your airplane dance was the best. Yeah, it seems not everybody seems to be of that opinion. A little birdie told me that people who have been watching Amos Live have been bitching and complaining about my airplane dance in other live stream chats. So On the face of it, people say, oh, nice, nice, nice. Trust nobody. Absolutely right, Lance. Absolutely right. Now, interestingly, hey, that's good news, Maria. Nippon Cargo to Runway 24 means we are going to see the Z Queen in a few moments as well. Interestingly, when I asked ChatGPT what could be the cause of the buffering, the answer was simple. Just too many people in a confined space that need to use that are using their phones and all need to use the same masts to transfer their signal to, means that there's less bandwidth for each user. According to ChatGPT, using Starlink could help. Now obviously that's a very expensive solution for when Air Force One arrives, but I will keep that in mind next time Air Force One will be arriving here and we're expecting a lot of people. Now, I have been looking into it. I think it is a bit of an expensive option yet, but should the channel continue to grow and my international aspirations to spot internationally might also become viable financially and whatnot, definitely something to keep in mind. So definitely worthwhile to look into and also monitor what it's going to cost. This is American Airlines flight 203 to Philadelphia. All right, let's see what is happening. Yeah, both. Now, this is just a test. I'm testing two widgets. One I have coded via ChatGPT only, and the other I asked Cloud AI to look at the code to make improvements. The membership widget still triggers when people gift memberships, and I hope that either one of the two AIs is going to finally solve this issue. So that's why I have two widgets open. For when people get a membership, you'll see two. One is from Cloud AI and the other is from ChatGPT. It's a way for me to see which is doing which. But that doesn't let's not detract from the fact that, of course, the membership widgets celebrated Rob van der Horst's arrival in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Rob, thank you for your vote of confidence and for your support. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You now have 34 custom emojis that you can use to your heart's desire to spam us to death with if you want to. That is allowed. Spamming regularly is not allowed, but using custom emojis as much as you want is definitely okay. And in fact, I want you guys to get creative with it. This is KLM flight 787, an A330. And I see that both widgets are still not okay. Right, Leroy, thanks for the test. As you can see, there's still an issue with both widgets. That means that I am not going to keep both widgets open because the bottleneck is that... Right, so Cloud GPT I am going to disable. Now we still are left with one dysfunctioning widget, but that is okay. At least we now have some feedback from the live situation. Leroy, mate, thank you so much for your generosity for a gifted membership, for the test gifted membership. That's something that it's hard to test with the emulator of Stream Elements. And that's why I have to keep bugging you guys with false pop-ups by widgets that are still not completely working properly. What is working properly, or at least seems to be working properly, is the membership birthday widget. And Willem FS celebrating 4 months of membership just now. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Mate, thank you so much for your support. And I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Willem, thank you so much for your support. And also a massive big thank you to Captain Jerry Donnelly. Captain Jerry Donnelly, Jerome, super chatted, and he wrote, I started when you had 800 subscribers, 42k in 27 months. Has it been 27 months? Is that so? 2 years? Yeah, 2 years and 3 months, mate. Not too bad, eh? Upwards and onwards. Yeah, and it's always a pleasure to have you in the chat, Jerome. So I hope everything is still to your liking, both in the lounge and out of the lounge. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, and I hope you are going to stick around for many more months and years to come, mate. If not as a member, then at least as a regular visitor. Top class banter, always nice. And thank you so much for the super chat, of course, Jerome. So the Nippon 747 is coming this way, designated to take off from runway 24. That is good news, mighty good news, I would even say. This is KLM flight 1031, arriving, not arriving, departing, oh, tilt axis lock, departing to Person-Chester, the PH-AXG, FAXG. So yeah, slowly but surely improvement should be underway. The membership widget seems a tough cookie to crack. The membership birthday widget seems to be working properly. Or did it also... Have we seen any false alerts from it? I don't think we have we? Indeed, Ray, good morning. Nihon means Japan. So I'm wondering, Nikon, the camera brand, probably also derived from that. Okay. Good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Menno, good morning. Patatje mayo, good morning. Ah, we have frozen fries and fries with mayonnaise. Patatje mayo in Dutch. Nice. Michael Jackson also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Roshan, good morning. Kenzo, good morning. A lot of bird sounds, but I think that the younglings that are causing the sound are still swimming over there. Did someone mention me? A lot of fries users in the chat right now. Frozen fries, bevroren patat, patatje mayo, fries with mayo. Barbers, good morning. Daniel, good morning. Scooter News, good morning. Dennis W, good morning. Grocer Piska, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Well, slowly but surely, improvement. Although at the horizon also low clouds, seemingly coming this way. Must have missed that, W. Thank you for the feedback. So Ample, yeah, so the membership birthday widget also falsely triggering. Okay, so basically all the automated widgets are still shit. Good to know, despite all the efforts to improve it. Alright, 2 wide bodies have arrived in the vicinity of the threshold of runway 24. Nippon Cargo flight 49 will be flying to Milan, and interestingly it will be departing from runway 24. Does that mean that now only runway 24 is the only runway open for outbound traffic? Just quickly, oh, this is the overlay layout of stream elements where I can enable and disable widgets. Not very interesting for you guys, but there you go. Current runway use. A refresh. Well, interesting to see that 18 left is also open, and despite that, the 747 is going to leave from this runway. In the meantime, Caroline Party had just now celebrated a 15-month membership birthday and is saying good morning to all. Caroline, good morning to you too. Welcome back, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for your ongoing support. 15 months in the Aurora Sky Lounge, and I hope that your seat hasn't worn out yet. If it needs something new, or if you need something new, or if we need replenishments, let me know. And thank you so much, Caroline, for your continued support. 15 months and counting, upwards and onwards, just like this 747. Wow. Hey, that's good news, Wolfgang. The A340 is also alive on flight radar. When I looked in the departures list, it was expected to leave around 10:20. Well, it's a bit later than that, but at least it is still going. That's good news. Good news indeed. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143, which will be leaving to Seattle, Washington, Bill J's hometown. It's the November 424 Delta X-Ray. It's an A330neo. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined. Percival, good morning. Jinshin, aloha mate. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. And the A340 is on taxi already. Okay, well, that went quickly. Did they only turn on the transponder after pushback has been completed and taxi clearance had been given? You'd think so. Anyway. Bit of inlet condensation. Of course, humidity is still relatively high. Long time no see indeed, Jinshin. Hope you've been well, mate. Roshan asks in Dutch, what is an airplane that you would love to spot one day? Pooh, well, we already can check Air Force One off the list. Concorde I already saw once when I was younger. Well, what airplanes are left? Well, the big Antonovs I still haven't seen in real life myself, so that is definitely something, if I ever get the chance to see, I definitely would like to. What else? No other airplanes immediately spring to mind. C5 Galaxy. That is an impressive airplane, absolutely. Mike Wild, good morning. Kobe en Jan, goedemorgen. Lucas, goedemorgen. Jordi Ying, Fanblade. This is Delta Airlines flight 47, which will be leaving for New York, JFK. A330-600, November 801, November Whiskey. 22 years old already, this airplane. Rick wonders Beluga. Well, I did see it at the parking here at Schiphol. When was it? A couple of months ago? In autumn last year. We've also spotted one before that flew over the north of the Netherlands in the vicinity of Alkmaar when it was clear weather. It's obviously not the same as seeing it in action and hearing it, just like with Air Force One the other day, but let's see. I think SAS is going to be the next airplane to take off from runway 24. Still taxiing over there, or is that the Bombardier C series from Bulgaria? Michael Lemmer asks if I ever saw a Beluga. Yeah, there was a Beluga that had to make an emergency, a precautionary landing here half a year ago or something. When was it? Maybe October, November, something like that, last year. And it was parked here at Schiphol Airport. I did see it from parking P3 back then. I was standing around here for the better part of a week, I think. Some spare parts needed to be flown in. And here we have the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard flying out. Jeff says, I'm looking at internet for you. You will need multiple Starlinks and clouds may well cause interference. Is that so? So even that is not a proper solution then for the risk of buffering. I also saw that there is something that you can do when you have multiple SIMs, that you can also sort of share your bandwidth via multiple providers or something. Also something that in theory might reduce the risk of buffering when you're ever in a crowded area. Yeah, I'm still undecided. For now, what I currently have has been working since the inception of the channel for 99.5% of the time or so. Only occasionally is there an issue with buffering, and that usually was when there was a lot of people. For instance, on stormy days at the Polderbaan, when a lot of people were standing near to me. That seems to be the the common denominator. And Wolfgang says that the colleagues from AVL tried Starlink, but weren't happy with it. How long ago was that Kevin tested it? Sassy airplane. was thinking, why do I constantly feel prickling at something prickly at my right ankle whenever I am filming the airplanes when they have passed me by? But right next to my tripod leg is a little plant with some pointy leaves. Let me see if I can trample it without killing it so that it doesn't that is really annoying, surprisingly annoying actually. Month or two, right? Mighty Ravendar, good morning. Björn, goedemorgen. Back in the Netherlands. A321. Nice, nice, nice. Hope you've had a good time in Finland, mate. Right. When's the next airplane coming this way? It looks like there is a 7879 to Portland coming this way. Bulgaria Bombardier C Series 100 underway to Sofia. A321neo with destination question mark by the looks of it. Kana says Bas van Bodegraven is an F1 fan reporter. He uses Starlink at busy places and is very happy with it. Raycon says a streamer I know in Japan who uses it for streaming fireworks display as an example thought it was good. In the meantime, good morning to all who have joined. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan. And what do these machines do, Jeff? Okay, now it says KLM flight 1005 to London Heathrow, the A321neo that is lining up in the distance. KLM flight 615 is also coming this way. That's going to go to Portland, Oregon, Jerry's hometown. 7879 Dreamliner and the A340 is also coming this way. That's good news. Thank you, Wolfgang. Bit later than expected. We're also expecting 2 C-17s later today. The schedule, the planning is 11:45 and 12:15, if I recall correctly. Should be coming in from Ramstein. This is KLM flight 1005, Fax D. A very good morning to all who have joined. Bas, Erik, Danny, PFG Holland, good morning. Quick update of the weather before the Dreamliner to Portland is leaving. Will tell us things are opening up. There is still ceiling, but at 4,900 feet, Fuel clouds at 1900 feet, scattered clouds at 2600 feet, 16 degrees, wind still from the south, 6 knots. So in other words, not much has changed, but it is slowly but surely warming up. We already saw one Queen taking off. Pretty soon we are going to see the A340, the A340-600. And if all is well, there are 2 C-17s that are going to pick up some of the remaining material from the US delegation. They all bond multiple mobile connections but have different features like Wi-Fi hotspots, etc. Well, if they are based, if they are still SIM based and you still have to use a SIM card and connect to the phone masts like I would with my current modem, what are the upsides of those machines versus the modem I'm already using is what I'm wondering. If the buffering issues arise when there are too many people connecting to just a handful of masts, you need to bypass that problem. Now, if I recall correctly, TerraDeck is equipment where you can send your video signal with wirelessly, but you still have to have a receiver somewhere in the vicinity. You have more connections to different providers, so that means you would have to purchase several SIM cards with subscriptions with unlimited data for different providers, and then you would have to, then you could spread your bets or something. Anyway, here's the A340-600, flight 993 to Paramaribo in Suriname, the Dows. We saw it being parked near 18C when we were standing there filming the arrivals. The plane, 21 years old, first flight December 2003. Okay. Well, my current unlimited subscription at KPN is, I think, 26 euros or something a month. If I need to have 2 or 3 of those to bundle, I'm not exactly sure if that is a better option than to compare to Starlink. Think Starlink roaming unlimited is what, 80 euros or something a month? 70 or 80? Ah, we found one person who doesn't like the A340, Chinchu Lo. What do you don't like about the A340? That is interesting. In the meantime, also, thank you, Buzz, who is celebrating a month of membership, and he writes, "A month flies by, pun intended, watching AMS live." That is so nice. Thank you so much for the support, mate. Upwards and onwards. Ray says, another Japanese streamer I know uses 2 SIM cards and switches between providers if the connection gets terrible. Rakuten seems to work well in their cities anyway, since it is an up-and-coming provider. Well, I do have a second modem lying around. So I could use a second SIM card in a second modem as backup. That's also an interesting question, Sloth on Meth. Starlink uses quite a lot of power. I haven't even looked into that. I only looked at what it costs and how big and what the receptor that you need to have. I'm not sure if those are available in the Netherlands, Wolfgang. Temporary SIM cards. I'm not sure if that's something that we have here in the Netherlands. Well, keep us posted, Jeff. That will be interesting to know. In the meantime, we have a 777 that is coming this way and is taking off to Cape Town South. KLM flight 592. It's a PHBVB, the Bravo Victor Bravo. Jiro, good morning. And Marcus van den Broek, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Thank you for your vote of confidence. You now have the 34 custom emojis of the Aurora Sky Lounge at your disposal to spam us to death with if you want to. Feel free to use the custom emojis however often you want. They're there to be had fun with, so please do so. That goes for all members, new and old. Nancy also back in the chat. I must have missed your arrival. Good morning, Nancy. Good to see you again. Hope all was well. Stevo W666. Good morning. Yeah, and I think so too. You're still connected to the same mast. That is, of course, a problem. I think that's the predominant underlying problem. If the mast can only accept 100 connections and there's 200 people that all have to connect to the same mast, it means that the bandwidth per capita is going to be reduced. I think that's what happened the other day with Air Force One's arrival over here. It didn't help that traffic was also shut down on both sides of where I was standing. Means even more people connected to the same masts. Still 2 pop-ups. I must have forgotten to press save then. Thank you, W. Yeah, I save. Now it isn't. Now it shouldn't be visible anymore. Thank you, W. Marco Pel, mate. Thank you for your generosity. Oh, that is something that did not automatically got celebrated. Let me go back to the computer in a moment. First film the departure of Vueling flight 8355 to Bilbao. That's an A320, the EC nub. Not a pre-nub, but an EC nub. Alright, KLM Embraer 190 to Hamburg is next. There it is, Michael Pell just now gifting 5 memberships. Mate, you are a legend. Thank you so much for your generosity, Michael. I hope that everybody who just now received gifted memberships from you will say thank you for it. We'll use those custom emojis that they have at their disposal to their heart's desire. Have fun with them for a month. If you like being a member, consider renewing your membership or maybe gifting somebody else a membership as well. Michael, thank you for your generosity and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Martin, good morning, mate. Joey, goedemorgen. Now you guys are all sending long messages. I'm going to over to my laptop to read them. Otherwise my my chat window on the phone is going to freeze. Let's see. Stacy also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Slothometh says, look into live view. Also the Starlink needs 100 watt USB PD. Okay, that's a lot, but then I could buy a second power supply, have that sorted. Look into live view. What does it do? Tell me why I should look into it. What's it doing that is interesting to me? Because I don't know what it is. Why should I look into it? Huh? Message deleted? Did I send a message? What happened? Huh? What happened there? Ah! Right. An imposter. That's the first. Interesting. I'm sure you have them banned, right? Indeed, Jeff, you know you're doing something right if people are going to replicate you. Wonder who that could have been. Well, what did the Imposter AMS Live say? That is interesting. Indeed, Dukman, you've grown big when they want to make an imposter. Hey, Harry, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Slavomath says, LiveView is a portable video encoder. It uses multiple 4G, 5G connections to stream high quality video in real time. It's what the NOS, etc. uses. Might be expensive, haven't looked into it. Okay, duly noted. Something to look into then. Thanks for the tip. Wow, even used the logo and told Nancy to shut her mouth. Well, Nancy, I will never tell you to shut your mouth, or any of you guys. If you're doing something that I don't like, I'll just silently perma-ban you. Because I'm sneaky like that. Oh no! Finally it happened! My own mods kicked me out of my own stream. Boo-hoo! Servus! Austrian on the way to Vienna. Hey Liewe, goedemorgen, good to see you mate. Welcome back. Hey the fish, goedemorgen, good to see ya. regime change in the chat. Indeed. It's an uprising of the mods. Maria is the ringleader. Nah, good on you, Maria. First time we've had an AMS Live imposter. Means you're doing something right. if the haters are going to hate. Alright, I'm seeing another American Airlines Dreamliner that looks to be... Is it moving already or has it just been pushed back? American Airlines Flight 221 to Dallas. Delta to Detroit has also come alive, Flight 135. Hey, A330 on the South Cargo apron also has been pushed back. Musk Cargo. What runway has that been assigned to? It's almost 11, so the next 40 or so minutes we'll have only one runway open for outbound, right? Yeah, outbound. So with a little bit of luck, the Musk Cargo will also take off from runway 24 in a few moments. And keep an eye out, ladies and gentlemen, for two airplanes, two C-17s that maybe pop up on flight radar. I already found their call signs. Let me see. RCH 4279 and RCH 4608 is what you guys should look for. Those are two C-17s that, if all is well, are at Ramstein and should be coming to pick up stuff here in the Netherlands. ETA of the first was expected to be 11:45, the other one 12:15, so somewhere around noon. Ramstein, of course, just over the border with Germany, so only a short flight, so keep an eye out for that in the upcoming half hour maybe. In the meantime, Suparna, has it already touched down? Yeah, is taxiing this way, so that's something we should see. The Orange Pride is approaching. Emirates A380 is expected around 1:07. Of course, standing here at the runway where the departures are taking place, we are not going to see a lot of it. Jörg also back in the chat, good to see you. And yeah, if all is well, Oostbaan is going open again, Jordi. Yeah. First time after the NATO summit, normalcy returning with Oostbaan also once again open. Air France on the way to Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1341. A warm welcome to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, where departures take place. This is looking to the north, and from the west, more open skies are drifting in. Also a nice, interesting linear. Can you... Where is it? There it is. Nice linear ribs in the higher atmosphere, in the clouds. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. Friendly clouds land inward. This is what the situation is like looking to the south. We already saw a 747 leave. We already saw an A340 leave. And Delta Airlines Flight 135 is taxiing this way. Should be the first next departure by the looks of it. Martin says it's really hot morning here in Farnborough. Over here in the Netherlands it is still okay. It was 15 degrees C earlier in the morning, and the day's highs are expected to lie around 20 C. But it's going to get warmer each day in the upcoming days, and I think Sunday or Monday we're going to go over 30 degrees Celsius. That's upwards of 90 F. Right now I'm still standing here with my jeans on and my hoodie on. It's probably going to be the last day of this upcoming weekend. where that is appropriate. It's going to be too warm pretty soon. Warm temperatures in the most of Europe right now. Bob also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Good evening. Hope you've had a good day. Indeed, Mighty Raven Dark, Delta Airlines Flight 135 seems to become the next airplane taking off here. United Flight 21 to Houston. That's a 767-300 that also is now alive on Flight Radar. And there's the Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. 28C and PDX. Jerry says, also nice and comfy. Yeah, no, things are going to get hot here in the Netherlands as well next week. Particularly on Monday and Tuesday, they are expecting warm temperatures. So today's high expected 21C. Tomorrow a few degrees warmer. Sunday even warmer. And the peak of the temperatures on Monday and Tuesday. It's going back to more normal levels after that. So looking forward to that. Luckily it's only very brief. And we can cool the house again after that has all blown over. Yeah! We had an imposter with the AMS Live logo who apparently told Nancy to shut up. The audacity. Then again, means we're doing something right. Delta is also doing something right. It is flying. Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. On the way. The November 829 November Whiskey. 9 years of age. The first flight was in June 2016. Teun, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Kaagbaan. Departure's taking place. We're also awaiting the arrival of two C-17s that, if all is well, are coming later in the morning, beginning of the afternoon, around noon, from Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. So keep an eye out for those two. If you guys have been enjoying what you're seeing so far and you want to help this channel for free, liking and subscribing if you haven't done so already is an easy way to do that. Helps us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who would love to be part of our community but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Little bit of clipping from the A330. I was afraid of that. If the rest isn't clipping, maybe it is worthwhile to keep it the way it is. Audio improvement is on the way. I pulled the trigger yesterday for a Sennheiser EWDP wireless UHF microphone set with an ME2 lavalier mic. Should arrive after the weekend, so hopefully come next week I'll have everything dialed in. BA Flight 437 to London Heathrow is now taking to the sky an A320 off to London Heathrow. Now I think that American is going to be the next airplane. Also Samet, mate, thank you so much for your super chat. I decided to be a pilot after these wonderful videos. I hope you will succeed with your endeavor, mate. That is really lovely. Did Air Force One leave already? Liwa is asking. Well, not sure, not sure. Yeah, the stream isn't buffering, so everything interesting has already left. What delegation is this? We have a narrow body in Cheaters Lane that is leaving before American Airlines will. It's KLM flight 1219 to Stockholm. And this is the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Victor 737-800. 18 years old, first flight February 2007. Partner coming this way. Let's see, where is it? Oh yeah, it is approaching pretty soon. Should be arriving from over there. Right. We also are awaiting the departure of American Airlines. I think it is moving. Or is it? Not yet. Spurna is closing in. Yes, goedemorgen. Good to see you. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And we are here at Runway 24 filming the departures. Oostbaan in the meantime has also opened up for arrivals again. Normalcy has returned at Schiphol Airport, with the exception of 2 C-17s that allegedly are still expected. Their call signs I have already filtered on flight radar. Their estimated time of arrivals were approximately 1:45 noon and 1:15 noon. This is American Airlines Flight 221 to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. The November 871 Alpha Yankee. That's the 7878 Dreamliner. Hey there, the cat. Hey there, Dustin. Hey there, Bill. And here is Suparna. Hey, thank you, Captain Jerry. It was a bitch to film, truth be told. I took my tripod with me, but the bus was so narrow, I couldn't set up my tripod. I had to film from the hand with image stabilizer enabled and trying to support the camera on the vibrating railing of the bus. So even with warp stabilizer in Premiere Pro, it was still, to my opinion, more shaky than I wished it were. They also didn't let us get off the bus, so no, we were in no position to set up with a tripod and make some stable footage, unfortunately. But yeah, still was a nice trip, even though it was short-lived and you really needed equipment with long focal ranges to get something out of the trip, but it was really lovely. I enjoyed it greatly. Michael May, good morning mate, welcome back. Hadi Klaas, goedemorgen. Mark, thank you for the kind words. He's impressed by my English. I speak English? That's impossible. Yeah, the downside of standing here is that mound of dirt or whatever it is that is blocking our view. Surinam Airways Flight 874-11 arrived from Nanjing, China. Well, I stabilized the hell out of it, Bert. I already had dynamic image stabilizer enabled in my camera, and then I also, when editing it in Premiere Pro, used warp image stabilizer and I cut. A lot of the material I shot was too shaky. I had to severely cut what I had. But yeah, I guess that's what's always that is what always happens in practice. RaceBob asks, what kind of camera do you have? It's a Canon XA60, and if you want to see more of my equipment, have a look in the community section where there are ample pictures. And in the video descriptions, also the one of this live stream, you will find more information also about the tripod, for instance, and the microphones. Microphone is going to update pretty soon, the voiceover microphone. I'm going to upgrade to a more professional grade UHF wireless microphone. Hey, Europa to Madrid. Wolfgang thinks maybe going to the cycling path would have been better. I don't think that would have been the best, because you would have seen the airplanes from behind. They were parked with their tails towards the cycling path, so the best thing I thought they could have done was to continue driving on the road that we stopped at, go via the north, and then come to that roundabout that is always on the other side of where I am standing to film the arrivals. There is a road that, with that rooftop, that building with that advertising on the rooftop. If they would have led us to the roundabout over there, I think it would have been the best. I think that would have given the best shots. But there you go, such is life. At least we got to see something, which is more than can be said of your average Joe. Embraer already early up in the sky. And the cat is celebrating 16 months of membership. If all is well, that should have triggered a blue alert and not anything else. Thanks for resupplying the lounge, the cat says. You are welcome. Thank you for your continued support, the cat. Upwards and onwards, just like this airplane. Thank you so much for your continued support, the cat. Let me know if something is running low in the lounge or if anything else is no longer to your liking. Alright, the narrow bodies are already taking off rapidly after one another. SAS A320neo to Stockholm. Scandinavian. Says so on the tin. Kermit the Frog is also over here somewhere. I haven't spotted him yet, but he is audibly present. I definitely heard a young coot or grebe earlier, somewhere over there. Now it's all calm. It does look like there is a coot and a cootling over there. Yeah, that's a little furry cootling. Probably Mama Coot along with it. Just don't stop expanding. That is absolutely my intention, the cat. I will definitely not stop expanding for a long time to come. UAL man, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are here at Runway 24, where in the distance United 767 has arrived. United Flight 21, which is leaving for Houston in Texas pretty soon. Niels asks about the C-17. If all is well, one was expected to arrive here around 11:45 and another one 12:15. After this departure from United, let me also show you the registrations, the call signs. The call signs. I don't know the registrations yet. I have the call signs that are rumored to arrive, so that we can hopefully scope them on flight radar when they are airborne. First up, this is United Flight 21 to Houston in Texas. With an Angry Bird's nose, the November 656 Uniform Alpha. (32 years old, first flight December 1992. December 1992. I still had 2 more years of elementary school left before going to middle school then. Holy shizzle, that's long ago. Now, what were you doing back in December 1992? Were you even born already? Or maybe not yet. Mr. Kulikas, good morning. Hey, CRJ. Is there a CRJ going to leave via runway 24 pretty soon? There is one taxiing over there. Lufty. Lufty to Munich, question mark? Could well be. Could well be. Quick look on flight radar. Tells us that there is nothing airborne yet. If all is well, I'm saying this carefully because this is all not confirmed, but RCH 4279 and RCH 4608 are expected to fly to the Netherlands from Ramstein later today. Pick up still equipment from the American delegation to the NATO summit. Dustin was 4 in 1994. Tina a bit older, 4D already. Jesse was born in 1993. And Wolfgang, if you like what you see and you haven't done so, please hit the like button. It helps the channel grow and it's absolutely free. Thanks for your support. Absolutely. Helps us to bring in a wider audience of like-minded people. Jeffrey asks, what's the site you tracked Air Force One with? ADSB Exchange, I think it is. If you Google it, you will immediately find the right page. Hey, we have another account. Permanently block them. Permanently block them. Five years old in 92. Jeffrey says, yeah, I think I was, yeah, I had turned 10 in August that year. Rosalie was -5. And Klaas 24 and working a lot. I feel honored that I've grown to a status where I have imposters that are trying to interfere in the chat. Must be doing something right then. I need that troll music. You know the one. What? Again with the honking, what the F? What's that with truckers that they like to honk so much? Lars, guten Morgen. Martin, goedemorgen. Prepping for military service. Alright, CRJ is coming. Lufthansa flight 2303 to Munich. Now this is CRJ 900 long range. "15 years old, first flight February 2010. Alan, what up, mate? Seems we are going to need the restricted access to the chat a bit longer. Let me go over into the settings of the stream, customization, subscriber. All right. Made it a little bit stricter. Hey, first A350 of the show is lining up over there. That is a Chinese, well, Chinese, it's China Airlines going to Taipei in Taiwan. China Airlines flight 74. Which is leaving to Taipei in a few moments. It's the Bravo 18917. 7 years old, first flight April 2018. The cat's favorite airplane. It looks elegant, doesn't it? Hey Patrick, good morning. Nico, goedemorgen. Back-to-back A350s, ladies and gentlemen. Singapore Airlines is also going to take off right after this by the looks of it. Grumpy Air China doesn't want to go back to Taiwan. I want to stay in the Netherlands. Don't want to go to China, or at least according to China, it's part of China. Time for Singapore Airlines with the 10,000th Airbus sticker, I'm assuming, on it. The livery looks normal otherwise. It's the 9 Victor Sierra Mike Foxtrot leaving for Singapore right now, flight 323. 8-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. What a looker it is, isn't it? That sounds like... It sounded like a Harley Davidson. Next up, Sun Express, the Kayseri. That is a 737-800. Tango Charlie Sierra Romeo Charlie is the registration. 14 years old, first flight March 2011. In the meantime, thank you so much, Klaus, for your super chat. If it ain't much, if it ain't Dutch. That is certainly true. That's what they say, don't they? Thank you so much for the support, Klaus. Much appreciated. Hey, Ricardo. Goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Irvin. Goedemorgen. Good morning. Missed the arrival of Surinam Airways on the 23rd of June. What was I doing then? What day was that? Not sure what I was doing on that day. This is Sun Express, flight 1323, a 737-800, 14 years old. Sam, goedemorgen. Johan, goedemorgen. Good morning. Time for another United 767-300. This one is going to Washington. Wind is picking up. Jonas says that the 23rd was on Monday. What was I doing on Monday? Let me see. I streamed on Monday, didn't I? Yeah, arrivals. Pre-NATO summit arrivals. Wasn't that the day that we saw the C-17s? No, that was on Sunday, wasn't it? The week is a bit blurry in that respect for me. United flight 947 to Washington, November 659, Uniform Alpha, and this specimen 32 years old. First flight was in March 1993. Hadi Shoni, goedemorgen. Pierre, goedemorgen, good morning. A319 to Belgrade will be next. Croatia Airlines. JetBlue to Boston will be next after that. All right. Interesting, interesting. I think I might have the registrations of the C-17s. Good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Air Serbia to Belgrade. Adi, goedemorgen. Mark, goedemorgen. Good morning. Not a lot of time to waste. JetBlue is underway. JetBlue flight 632 to Boston, Massachusetts. That only gives me a quick moment to go over to the computer to celebrate the super chat of Alp Tonga Askul. Thank you so much for your generosity. Vliegtuig, wat doet u nu? Is that a reference to Vlodder? This is JetBlue flight 632 to Boston, Massachusetts. The November 4064 Juliet. Hey, Stranger also back in the chat. Ilona, goedemorgen. King Kong, goedemorgen. Siko, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Let's see. Yeah, TUI is going to be the next airplane. Okay, so if all is well, and this is the real me, if all is well, these should be the registrations of the C-17s that are expected. Don't see anything on flight radar just yet, so they're already a bit behind schedule by the looks of it. If all is well, these are the 217 registrations. It should be coming this way. Imposter back. Indeed, Martin. I feel like we have made a big accomplishment if we have imposters that are trying to intervene in our chat. Means we're doing something right. If this channel was shit, people wouldn't think it worthwhile to be doing that. So that's the real me. And if all is well, this should be the 2 registrations of the C-17s that we can expect from Ramstein. First one was expected in 10 minutes from now. Don't see anything airborne yet, so I think they are not going to be in time. Maybe they are not even coming after all, but this is what is now what I'm hearing through the grapevine. Jordi, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others. Menk, goedemorgen. Around Annabelle, good morning. Mark, morgen. Alright, this one might get loud. This is a 767, no, an A330, but KLM flight 692 to Toronto, Canada. Fuck D, well fuck D too.
Let's get loud, let's get loud. Turn the music up to hear that sound.
Hey there, reageerder. Goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome back. Welcome back all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at runway 24. Kaagbaan for departures. Hoping that we can also catch 2 arrivals of C-17s. I don't see anything on flight radar just yet. They should be flying in from Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, if they do come. Feel that the restriction of an hour isn't very welcoming, so let's see if we can what happens if we go back a little. Just a small nudge. HS says this brings back memories, good old times watching airplanes with family. That is lovely, mate. We're also visiting the old Spottersplaats that was here at the Kaagbaan before, back in the day. This is KLM Flight 963 to Teesside or Darlington, an Embraer 190. C-17 over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Yeah, but that's probably not coming this way. Jordi says that C-17 is climbing. The Dutch plane seeker also visited the old Spottersplatz a lot back in the day. Yeah, I recall also having been there. I think after my first studies and when I first got my first lease car, I also drove over here regularly. I think it must have been in 06 or 07 that I was here last time. Another 777 to Paramaribo pretty soon. And Mighty Raven Dark asks if AMS PMB is that highly in demand. Apparently, yeah, no, you have to imagine that, or you have to know that the Netherlands and Suriname have historic ties. Not particularly per se politically correct, but a lot of Surinamese people live in the Netherlands. So a lot of people travel back and forth between the two countries. Hey, Dodo also back. Dodo is next to me. I'll give you your 15 seconds of fame in a moment. First up, this is KLM Flight 743, which will be going to Lima in Peru. Few seconds of delay for the stream, probably. Yeah, there you go. In the meantime, BizJet took off. Another delegation. Is that Air Force One? No, it isn't. John, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome back. And welcome to all others who have joined. Ramstein or Ramstein? That's a good question. This is KLM Flight 713, another 777-300 This is going to Paramaribo. It's the PHBVF. That's Bravo Victor Foxtrot. Now, of course, Suriname lies in Latin America. If you go to the east, to the west from Suriname, you'll end up in Ecuador. Good morning, dog lover, and good morning all others who have joined in the meantime. Dog lover asks, what's the prettiest airplane you have seen? I think it must be Concorde back in the day when it was still flying, when I was smaller. I think it was an Air France Concorde that flew over my hometown when it left from Schiphol back in the day. What a noise that makes. Smaller BizJet. If you guys are enjoying what you have been seeing thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you haven't done so already. If you want to help this channel reach more audience, a wider audience of like-minded people, people who are also into aviation, but who haven't discovered AMS Live yet. Now, are there any C-17s visible already? The answer is still no, sadly. A330 to Kigali. Just now taking off over there. A330-200. In the meantime, we have a regular Embraer 195 coming this way. There it is. SAS flight 822. And that's a regular M195 that is on its way to Oslo right now. Hey there, Josephine. Good morning. Rosalie asks, airplane dance soon? Are we at 1,000 likes already? I think that we are. Liberator, good morning. And welcome to the show, others. Officier, good morning. $518 likes, so still a few more to go before we are going to reach the 1,000 and the first airplane dance is going to be triggered. But keep at it. Sooner or later, it's bound to happen then. Hey there, DJ Danny, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Now, what is going to be the next airplane taking off here? Lufthansa flight 989 to Frankfurt is over there somewhere, according to flight radar. And in the meantime, in Air France, Bombardier C-Series 300 to Paris, Charles de Gaulle, taking off from 18 left, which has also opened up again. And is also going to be open for departures until approximately 1 o'clock. Wind has begun to pick up somewhat. And the METAR is still indicating only a slight bit of wind. So let's have a quick look and see what has happened with the weather in the meantime. Alright, METAR time. This is the METAR that we had in the ticker. There was still a ceiling, 6 knots of wind from the south, and a refresh will tell us 8 knots of wind, and the wind has turned southwesterly. So, in other words, headwind for the airplanes taking off. 18 degrees C is the temperature. There's no longer a ceiling. There are a few clouds at 2,200 feet still, but wind 8 knots now. Slowly but surely picking up a little bit. Indeed, Mighty Raven Dark, I also saw Emirates flight 146. It is probably going to go to 18 left, since that has now also opened up again. But we still should be able to see it quite well from over here. Hey, Fatbike Dutch is celebrating 11 months of membership. Hit the like button. We want an airplane dance. Yeah. Keep at it. I'm also going to change the runway use, because I think arrivals is now going to change to 18 right and 18C like it normally would have been with wind blowing from the south. There you go. Fatbike Dutch, thank you so much for your ongoing support, my friend. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Hit me up if something is no longer to your liking. Mara says you were doing so many airplane dances, I was afraid you were going to get airsick. It takes a bit more for me to get airsick, Maria. I'm not. I do have a relatively firm stomach that can stomach a lot. But yeah, it was dizzying at some point. Incredible. Now, in the meantime, the departures from 18 left are continuing. This is Croatia Airlines on its way to Belgrade. No? Zagreb. I say Belgrade, but Zagreb. Belgrade is of course Air Serbia. Why do I get the feeling that the wind in the meter, the 8 knots, is already outdated? To me it seems like it is a bit more windy than 8 knots. There you go. Status quo in the water, not much to see. There are 2 coots here on land. When I arrived they were also on land over here in the grass, but now that I have arrived they've gone. Come back! I implore you, come back, don't leave me. Bob says my phone tells me rain in Amsterdam in approximately 40 minutes. Is that so, mate? The wind is blowing from over there. To me it doesn't look like rain is coming anytime soon. If all is well it should stay dry. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west. The wind is, well, this is looking to, yeah, no, this is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. And this is looking to the south. I'd be very surprised to see if it is going to rain in 40 minutes from now, but it is good to be warned. Jeffrey says there's a C-17 airborne from Ramstein, but it is the wrong registration. It is good to have keep an eye out for it. Like I said, might also be that the information I have is wrong, but at least that's what things are now looking like. GE, thank you so much for your super chat. Schiphol and AMS are the best. Beautiful country. Much appreciated. Thank you for the kind words and for the donation, sir. Nothing yet from Ramstein coming this way. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston is taxiing to runway 24. Should be the next airplane to leave. That's an A330neo. Let's have a look. UAL man says 044128 is on the way. But is that coming this way? Is that a different flight number coming this way? Howdy Thea. Thea's son is flying to Johannesburg. KLM flight 591. Pushback now. That's probably going to take off from 18 left, isn't it? We should be able to see it from over here. Right, RCH 4608 has popped up on flight radar. I can see it. That is one of the two that I also have in my filter. One of the two alleged C-17s that are coming this way. With the current wind, I wouldn't be surprised if it is going to land on runway 22, also given the proximity of where they need to be to pick up the material from the US delegation. So that is good news, at least something this way. Right, what is happening over there at the threshold of runway 24? We can see that BA is now lining up on the runway. BA flight 431 to London Heathrow. Still need to find that soundbite. Fish chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary effing Poppins, London. But I can say it out loud. Memorized it. That's where it's going to. Alright, here she is coming. Delta in the background, that's Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. The KLM in the foreground that you saw was KLM flight 1167, that is going to go to Bergen. Indeed, Alp. Snatch indeed. And Delta has haste. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts, already rolling. November 429 Delta X-ray is the registration. It is an A330 Neo, brand new airplane. Less than a year old. It will turn 1 next month in July though. Jeffrey confirms that according to bus, RCH 4608 is coming to AMS. Little widebody that just traversed the runway when we weren't looking. Cheeky bastard. So, yeah, looking on flight radar right now, we can see RCH 4608. That's one of the two that is expected to come to Schiphol Airport. 24-year-old C-17 already climbing, and I think coming this way. The two runways open right now for arrivals are 18 right and 18C. We should see it land over there from over here if it does go that way. I'm personally more of the opinion that it's more likely that it's going to land on runway 22, given the proximity of Schiphol Oost, where it needs to pick up stuff. Seems more likely to me that it is going to land over there. We'll see, and we'll probably get a runway assignment as soon as it crosses into Dutch airspace. Shouldn't be too long. Second is also in the air, Ilona says. Okay. Wasn't shown on flight radar just now? Huh? Okay. Well. Finnair is next, an A321 going to bloody Helsinki, Finland. The Oscar Hotel Lima Zulu November is the registration. Flight 1302, 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2017. It's getting more windy by the hour here. Oh, did the airplane already take off, Thea? Must have missed that then. Apologies for that. The second one is going another route. Let's see. Right now, the only airplane that I see of the two that I have filtered is RCH 4608. It's flying a little bit to the north right now. Dustin says, at RCH 541. Why would I do that? That's not one of the two that is expected to come this way. Let's see what else is coming this way. If all is well, the next airplane should be KLM flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Turkish A330 has been pushed back for Istanbul, but that of course is going via the Oostbaan. There's the Chinese here in the foreground that snuck past us. Yeah, well, that's not the flight number and the registration that I have coming to Schiphol. So even though it is looking like it is coming this way, I'm not too sure that it is. KLM flight 655 is coming this way, and United flight 908 is also coming this way. KLM flight 655 will be leaving for Minneapolis, Minnesota, and that is a 7879 Dreamliner. United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago is not far behind it and is also coming this way. Alright, ETA for both the airplanes around 1 p.m. local time. This is KLM flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Alpha. That is a 7879 Dreamliner. 9 years old already, first flight October 2015. I'm going to enable image stabilizer after this departure. Meanwhile, a massive big thank you to Oscar for your super chat. Wanted to thank you again for covering Air Force One takeoff and landing. Mate, thank you so much for the support. I did that with pleasure. Hope you guys all enjoyed it. Well, at least the landing, the departure while live was shit. But at least I was able to film it with my camera as well. Make a video out of it. That at least looked decent. Yeah, that was a nice one. Air Force One in real life. Still surprised by the speed with which they took off and were airborne after the delegates had arrived. Absolutely beautiful. Adriaan, goedemiddag. John, goedemiddag. Gary in Amsterdam, goedemiddag. United flight 908 is coming next. And leaving for Chicago O'Hare. The November 30913. 10-year-old airplane, first flight November 2014. So for those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Departures here at Kaagbaan, where wind is picking up, and I still forgot to enable image stabilizer. Let's do that right after this next departure. United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago, a 10-year-old Dreamliner, first flight November 2014. There are 2 C-17s on their way to Schiphol Airport, or at least they're expected, and one is on their way already. We began the day with overcast conditions and also rain early in the morning and overnight, but things are clearing up. The wind is blowing from the direction the airplanes are taking off in, so this is the direction of the wind, and you can see more openness is coming in. This is looking to the north, and land inward you can still see what is drifting out, an area of rain that passed by, looking to the south and back to the east again. Josephine is celebrating 13 months of membership. Yay! can't send S-chats. Thanks, YouTube, but say hi. I'm not sure I understand that you are sending a message right now, don't you? Aren't you? I hope that gets resolved quickly. Thank you so much, Josephine, for your continued support. And I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Hit me up if something is no longer to your liking and let me see what I can do to fix it then. Mighty Raven says that there is a Qatar that has been pushed back. Is that the tail? I think it might be. I think it is. Yeah, it is a nice picture, isn't it, Adrian? That's what I also thought. Nice action picture. So let's see if all is well. There is a C-17 on the way. This is the first of two that are expected for Schiphol Airport. The second one I'm not seeing yet. Do have a filter for it enabled. Should be coming this way. What runway it is going to land on, that's the question. With the wind, I think it is probably going to be runway 22. Then again, it could also be Oostbaan, it could also be center. And also Anthony, thank you so much for your generous super chat. He writes in Dutch, thank you for this nice week, boy and admins. You're welcome, Anthony. Thank you so much for your generosity and for your support, my friend. Much appreciated. I did it with pleasure. Only bummed out by the moments of stuttering, the buffering, but I guess that's something that is really hard to prevent, other than taking extraordinary precautionary measures that you don't need to use 99% of the time. Still, thank you so much, Anthony, for the kind words and for the donation. Adrian wonders if there were people I knew in the bus. Well, the only person I actually know was Pilot Sander HD, but that's because I also asked him to give me his contact details so that he could be put on the list. Don't know who the other chaps were. Couple I've seen from face. They seem to be familiar. Know that Bart V1 is sometimes spotting with other mates. I think one or two of them I might have seen with Bart before. Now, obviously, doing what I do, I'm constantly being at work when I am over here at Schiphol, so not much time to interact with other people. Plus, when you're done, you're really fatigued and usually want to go home, have something to eat and whatnot. So, in that respect, you're here a lot, but then again, you're also not. Hadi Erik, goedemiddag. And Josephine says, meant that membership milestones were great, but can't send super chats to anyone anymore for some reason. YouTube support is as helpful as, yeah. I think it's all AI. It's all AI. YouTube help. YouTube support is terrible. It's poor AI. This is KLM flight 1201, going to Oslo, Embraer 175. And there is a Turkish A330-200 to Istanbul, lining up on runway 18 left. That should be going pretty soon. Howdy Greet. Hey there, Oscar. Dino in the tube. Good afternoon. Schiphol wonders if Schiphol is ever planning on removing that mount. Truth be told, I don't know. The only thing I know is that it has been around there now for a while and it doesn't look like they're doing something with it, so I wouldn't expect anything to change on short notice. Of course, I hope at some point they will, but no idea if and when. In the meantime, Turkish, and I think, yeah, shit, I still realize that I have forgotten to enable image stabilizer. Mother effer. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul, A330-600. Now, first thing I'm going to do is enter the camera menu, go to image stabilizer. You'll see the footage crop, but that should have enabled it. That, of course, was one of KLM's Bruh. Okie dokie. Hey, Agent Rosek, good to see you, mate. M. Visser, good to see ya. Bob, good afternoon. John, good afternoon. John asks if I am saving money for the AX70. What is an AX70? Alright, quick look of flight radar. Qatar and Qatar are moving. And at least this one, this C-17 is underway. Probably still half an hour or so underway. Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it, Gary? I also saw that when that bus arrived initially. Paleis het Loo, what? So that's apparently where they get their tour bus from. Got their tour bus from. Qatar to Doha is going to the wrong runway. KLM 735 to Blue Curacao is taxiing. Mighty Raven Dark is telling us. Family B asks, what camera do you use? Have a look in the video description and you'll find more information about the tools of my trade. It's a Canon XA60 that I am using. BizJet is about to land, is what Adrian is saying. That is a good way to calibrate where we need to look to see airplanes to runway 22. Looking over my camera to see if I can spot anything visually, but not seeing anything. Don't see the BizJet yet, Adrian. Maybe it already landed? Probably. And Eric asks if there is a specific reason why I'm standing here instead of the Polderbaan. Well, I didn't know that the Polderbaan was going to open up at 11, but at the time I had to go out and announce a stream. I did know that the C-17s were coming, so I figured I have to be in the vicinity of Schiphol Oost. Polderbaan, wasn't sure yet when it was going to open. We did know that it was going to open later in the day, is what was said, but at the time I went out to this location and announced my stream, that was not yet known information. So driving to a runway that is closed at the time when you depart, not knowing when it is going to open up is a bit of a risk, if you ask me. Now I see a BizJet. Next airplane lining up here on runway 24 is KLM flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao, and that's an A330-200. PHAOB is the registration. Papa Hotel Alpha Oscar Bravo. 19 years old. First flight July 2005. First C-17 is airborne and will be flying into Dutch airspace pretty soon, Menno. Yeah, that's the wind picking up. 8 knots of wind? I think not. Geen probleem, Erik. Polderbaan was nog dicht. En er was alleen aangekondigd dat hij ergens later vandaag open zou gaan. Hoe laat was nog onbekend. Dus dan ga je voor safe. What is up, Ange? Good to see ya. Welcome back. Hope all is well. And in the meantime, the Qatar going to Doha over there. Nice backdrop of a cloudy sky. Wind is definitely a bit more than the 8 knots that flight radar that the METAR website was saying. C-17 at 33,000 feet is what Adrian is saying near Bodegraven. So I'm thinking it should be somewhere over there in the sky. Not too far away actually. Not seeing any contrails here in the blue bits of sky right around me. The sky does look pretty, but I'm not seeing any contrails right now. What? No, nothing to see unfortunately. Gratje is also back in the chat. Gratje aka Roadhog, and he is also celebrating a membership birthday, 21 months a member. Good to see you again, mate, and congratulations. First and foremost, thank you for the ongoing support, my friend. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. 21 months and counting. It's only 3 more months before you're part of the Blue Brigade. Hope everything is still to your liking, Gratje. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking and I'll see what I can do to fix it. I'm seeing a Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 on flight radar being pushed back. And there it is. Is that the same that we saw before this morning? And John meant to say if I am saving money for the Canon XA70, what does it do compared to the XA60 that makes it worthwhile saving money for? I'm not sure that it is immediately necessary to do an upgrade with respect to the camera, unless it can do 4K 60 frames per second, and I would also want to start streaming 4K, but then I would also have to update almost everything else. Going to do that pretty soon. Hey, as I thought, the C-17 confirmed for Oost. Thank you, Jeffrey, for confirming what I already suspected. Now I wonder if the other one is also coming or not. Is there anything airborne yet? It doesn't look like it, does it? Just the one. Cathay Pacific assigned to runway 18 left, as expected. Going to Frankfurt the East. Still, thank you guys for confirming and looking it up. We have a Canadian bank robber leaving the country with our money. This is Air Canada Flight 809, a 7878 Dreamliner. Captain Eddie Bos also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Wietse, goedemiddag. Dexus, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Kaagbaan filming departures, but we're also awaiting the arrival of a C-17. There were two supposed to be two coming. Right now, only one thus far airborne. Quick look on Flight Radar will tell us that the C-17 with RC 4608 is in Dutch airspace. It has been assigned to runway 22, and this is the other airplane that I had listed. It's arriving from Mildenhall, so I think that's also the one that I had scheduled to arrive here. So that's probably coming from Mildenhall then. Yeah. So the other C-17 is also coming. Just double checked. If all is well, both are coming this way. So also have a look at RCH 4279. That should also be coming to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. RCH 4608 has been assigned to runway 22 already. And I am moving by car, Shoni, if I am moving around. Not by bike. Mate, how do you think I can get all this on a bike? No, mate. Have a look in the community section. Look at my setup. A bicycle is impossible. E2 Embraer 195. KLM. Bob's app was saying in 40 minutes rain in Amsterdam. This is where the rain should be coming from. I don't think we are going to see any rain, luckily. I'm happy to conclude that the weather app from Bob was wrong on that aspect. Cargo bike. A cargo bike. Nice. Hey, Andian, also greetings back to you. Yeah, I thought so, John. Small differences. My Canon XA60 will also do 4K in 30 frames per second. I don't think 30 frames per second is fast enough for filming airplanes and whatnot. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to upgrade the Canon XA60 anytime soon. Let's have a quick look on the METAR website, see what it is giving us with respect to wind. We had 8 knots before. Yeah, 16 all of a sudden. From more or less the west has picked up rather rapidly. Temperature 19 degrees C, few clouds at 2,800 feet, but 16 knots of wind. That's a lot of crosswind all of a sudden. Let me paste that in the ticker. So yeah, it might be that the C-17 is going to land on the Polderbaan. Might also be that they are continuing and are going to land on runway 22 as well. Now, if you guys have been enjoying what you are seeing and you have done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It's a free and easy way to help this channel reach a wider audience, an audience of like-minded people who like aviation, who like banter, who like duckies, but who haven't discovered life yet. Your likes and subscriptions really help to get this channel promoted and discovered to new people. Promoted to new people and discovered by new people, I should say, more properly. Rutger says that from Ramstein another one left. But will it come to Amsterdam? I only know of the 2 that I have filtered in Flight Radar and of which I also gave you the registrations. So I cannot speak for any other airplanes that are now departing from Ramstein. I only know of the 2 registrations that I have filtered. Runway 22, so this is what we are going to see of the C-17, similar to what we saw the other day on the day of the departure of the US President. Alan is leaving, catch you later, piss off time, plus fish and chips. Nice mate, enjoy. Another busy jet, indeed. Busy, busy, busy. Is Nippon Cargo now on the move, or is it still not on the move? That's an airplane that has had its transponder on now for almost the complete morning. It's still an immovable object. Full as well, this is KLM Flight 903 to Inverness in Scotland, number 175. Wobble, wobble. Martin returning from his walk. You haven't missed anything yet, but you are back in time. There are 2 C-17s on the way. Both are coming for Schiphol. One has been assigned to runway 22 already. This one is going to land on runway 22, so we should be able to see it quite well from over here. We were able to see it quite well in advance when there were 2 that were already coming this way from Ramstein after the US President left earlier in the week. RCH 4279 is also coming this way, arriving from Mildenhall, but also destined to land here at Schiphol Airport. Question is, what runway will it be landing on? Polderbaan is a possibility, center is too, but then again, so too is runway 22. Given the proximity of where they need to be, and with the direction of the wind, I'm still... If I had to guess, I would say it's going to land on runway 22, the one from Mildenhall. CH-4279 also to 22, so nice. Nice. It looks like my tripod has moved a little bit. The horizon is no longer completely straight. Cargo in the background, that's an A330. Hey Klaartje, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. More E2s. The Queen is now also leaving. Boo! Boo! Let's see if I can straighten that horizon a little bit. Yeah, that's better. Cargo and Cathay going to the wrong runway, but we should be able to see them quite well in a few moments. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at runway 24, the Kaagbaan. 2 C-17s are coming to pick up the last remnants of what the US delegation brought with them to the NATO summit earlier this week. One is arriving from Ramstein in Germany, the other from Mildenhall in the UK, and both are now confirmed to land on runway 22, which we should be able to see from here from a distance. It's also the day that Oostbaan is being reopened in normal operations again. From 11 AM this morning it began. Now that is information that wasn't known yet this morning before I went out, so that is why I chose to go to this location where we can oversee the landing traffic to runway 22, but also film departures. At least we knew that, or at least with a high degree of certainty, we could guess that this runway was going to stay open for departures today. And what a day it is. First time that we actually had to ban 2 Imposter AMS Live channels. What a feat. It's a sign that the channel is going places. So a memorable day in all aspects. The sun is beginning to shine over here. And over here is a Britty hopper already in the air. It's an M190 to Humberside. Registration Golf Charlie Mike Whiskey India. Two runways open for departures right now, 18 left, and also runway 24. It looks like the Cargo A330-200 that is going to Doha is lining up right now. So let's have a look at it, because right now there are just narrow bodies except Play, which of course is not just a narrow body. Play barely visible over there. Also expected to take off from the Kaagbaan. Now there's a Dreamliner that I'm not seeing on Flight Radar for some reason. See that Doug just now renewed his membership. Mate, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylines, mate. Oh wait, there it is. Double chinned cargo A330. And going. Now, play is coming this way. Ladies and gentlemen members, time to dust have that red emoji. It is that time again. Play flight 461, A320neo to Reykjavik, Iceland. The TFPPE, that's Tango Foxtrot Papa Papa Echo. And the Cathay Queen is also moving, so only briefly can we show you. Things are happening now. Let's see where it is going to emerge. There it is. Cathay Pacific Cargo going to Frankfurt. The Bravo Lima Juliet Mike 7478 freighter. Right, and the C-17, first C-17 is above Amsterdam already. Yep. Let's see. That is something we ought to see already. Yep, there it is. C-17 numero uno. There it is. There she is already. RCH 4608 arriving from Ramstein Air Force Base. C-17 Globemaster. Registration 010193. 24 years old. First flight somewhere in 2001. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel if you want to see more streams like these. I want to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who haven't discovered the channel yet. Another C-17 is on the way, arriving from Mildenhall Air Force Base in the United Kingdom. Hey there Olaf, hey there Ashley. Hey there all others who have joined. The first of two C-17s, the second one not far away, also assigned to this runway. We should hear the reversers. Listen for the reversers. Alright, the next C-17 is flying over Heemstede, so I think that ought to be somewhere over there. Now, if there ever was a moment where I wish I had a second person with me who could also look to see if we can spot the airplane already, it's probably flying somewhere between the clouds. Trying to spot it. Bingo! Fire in the hole, we have him. So there it is, RCH flight 4279, arrived from Mildenhall. Another Globemaster with registration 066168. I think this is where we are going to lose it for a little while. Now, where is it going to? Oh, it's going to do a right-hand turn onto. We've seen the 757 do the same. The 757 from the US delegation did exactly the same approach. Yeah. It's going to do a turn over Aimere, the body of water it is now flying to. It's going to make a 270 degree or so, almost 270 degree left-hand turn to align itself with the glide slope to runway 22. Gives us a brief moment to have at least a look at the departure of Air Canada flight 901, which is over there. I will be leaving for Montreal, Canada pretty soon. Here it is going, Air Canada flight 901 to Montreal, Canada. Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Victor is the registration of this airplane. Airplane 10 years old, first flight August 2014. Hot shoes or what? Must have had hot shoes. Yeah, the gear is retracting. Hot shoe issue. In the meantime, the second C-17 is approaching, and where can we see it? Alright, C-17 number 2, C-17 RCH4279, arriving from Mildenhall. 066168, the registration. 19-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2006. Stupid wind. Oh, god damn it. This is the full 400 times digital zoom. Top end of optical zoom is over here. Hadi Gillard, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Elise, goedemiddag. Is that like 701 by Elise? Thank you so much, Elise. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribe to the channel if you want to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. People who are into aviation live streams and like banter, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. C-17 on its last stretch to number 2. What a behemoth. It's getting more windy by the minute, seemingly. And gusty. Now, if I recall correctly, their original ETAs were 11:45 and 12:15, and their estimated times of departure were 1:30 and 2 o'clock respectively. So, considering that they have encountered an hour and 15 minutes or so of delay, I'm inclined to say that they're going to take off somewhere between 2 and 3 or so, something, off the top of my head. Alright, let's listen for the reversers. Emirates Flight 147 is flying base to the Oostbaan. It should be approaching the Oostbaan. I think I see something. Question is... No. Question is that the A380? Answer, no, sadly not. That is traffic on the glide slope to the Polderbaan though, so I think maybe somewhere over there. Or is that it? Surely not. No, that's the airplane preceding it. Let's see. Flight radar says that the A380 is now turning in. I see something. Yep, we have a visual. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai over here. Going to land on the Polderbaan, which 2 hours ago precisely reopened again, back for business as normal. And we crossed 42k subscribers, yay! Thank you all so much. We were at 950 or something, I think, this morning. So I was expecting that to happen today. 42k, upwards and onwards. What else is there to say? Thank you all so much. NATO Summit definitely pushed the subscribers a little bit. Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a figure, and I wonder how many of them are going to be return viewers. In the end, what you want is a big community of people who tune in during the streams. It is nice to see that we are getting more viewers. Still, I'm striving for that point where even if you're streaming on weekdays, you still have 1k plus of viewers. We're getting there. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 25 minutes on the way as we speak. That is a nominal flight duration. Usually around 6.5 hours. Amsterdam to Dubai, or Dubai to Amsterdam more precisely I should say. So this is very nominal. Registration is Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Uniform. The airplane is 9 years old. The first flight was in August 2015. Thank you, Han. Thank you so much. Oh. General success. 42k people is about 2 times the full jaarbeurs. Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? That's a full, almost a full football stadium. Then again, if you look at how many people are watching right now, it is only 1 or 2% of those people. 2%. The important 2%, Doug. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, my mate. Right, so Emirates flight 147 has landed over here. It's now 1 o'clock, and if all is well on paper, usually between 1 and 2 o'clock, only one runway is open for departure. So let's have a quick look on Bezoek Bus. I still think that pretty soon 18 left is probably going to close down. Let's have a quick look. What is Bezoek Bus saying? Going to Bezoek Bus for the expected runway use, and it says indeed arrivals on Polderbaan and Zwanenburgbaan from 1 till 2, starting runway 24. So if all is well, runway 18 left, which is now also still open for departures, is going to close pretty soon. And from there on, everything outbound will be going to this runway for an hour. So let's stick around for that, because even though it is on paper an inbound rush hour with 2 runways open for inbound traffic, it means over here at this location things are going to get cracking, and we should get a lot of outbound traffic still. J van der Steen, goedemiddag. And indeed, Gary, there has been substantial growth in the 7 months prior, absolutely. And funny thing is, about a year ago we came in a slow half year or something. We had some growth in the first 2 or 3 months of the year last year, and then everything slowed down to, I think, maybe 900 subscribers in a month or something like that, even less. I think in the summer months things started to pick up again in October or something. Not sure why this year is different, but there's a noticeable difference. More momentum already, well in advance of the NATO summit. Hey, Lies Olsbeck, good to see ya. You missed the 2 C-17s. They were delayed, but they have landed in the meantime. Triple 7 cargo on radar right in front of you, says Wolfgang. In the meantime, Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is coming this way. November 818, November Whiskey. A330-600. 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. I do see the Emirates already, but doesn't seem to be moving yet. So the Emirates 777 that Wolfgang was referring to, we can see over there. There's a Chinese here in the foreground, then Emirates, then 2 KLM 747s, then a Qatar 777 and Suparna behind it. And I also think I see some yellow behind KLM, which probably is DHL, but I'm not completely sure. This is KLM flight 791. That's a 777 going to Sao Paulo, on the same continent as PH Golf. Is that this? Yeah, it is. Government airplane PH GOV. There it is. Thank you, Adrian. That just now took off from Oostbaan. Is that Air Transat outbound or is that Air Transat just having arrived? I think the latter probably. Yeah, it looks like it. So yeah, how many more airplanes are going to take off from 18 left before they're going to close it down? That is the question. Liwe has to go. Thank you so much for joining us, Liwe. Enjoy the shopping, enjoy the rest of your day, and see you again hopefully later in the weekend. All right. Let's see. This is KLM flight 1763. That's an M190 to Bremen. W says KLM flight 877 Mumbai, runway 18 left. So it's interesting to see that they are still taking off from runway 18 left. Even though Bezoekbas says that runway 24 should be the only runway for outbound traffic between 1 and 2 o'clock. Might be that it takes a few minutes longer. I've also seen it happen that they continued until 1:20 or something. It's never 100% assured. Oh no, Nancy fell asleep. In that case you did miss 2 C-17s most likely. That landed on runway 22. One arriving from Ramstein in Germany and the other from Mildenhall in the UK. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Kaagbaan, the same location as where we were earlier in the week when Air Force One took off. Runway 24 is the primary runway for departures today. Wind is blowing from the southwest and is increasing by the hour, it seems like. Last time we checked the meter, the wind was southwest 16 knots. Let's have a quick look and see what has changed, if something has changed. The meter now, it's probably more or less the same, I think. Feels like the same, yeah. So 20 degrees, 16 knots, almost westerly wind. Means I think I already know what I'm going to do tomorrow if this wind is going to stay the same tomorrow. Because that means lovely crosswind arrivals at the Polderbaan. Placing the METAR in the ticket quickly, and then it is back to the camera controls. Hey, that's good news. W says Cathay Pacific A350-1000 is coming to runway 24. I'm assuming that that also goes for the 777 Emirates that we are now looking at the tail of. I see that Wilma is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Wilma. It's nice to see you again. More lately. Seems you have found the streams again. Welcome back. I hope you're still enjoying them. KLM flight 705 taxiing runway 24. Mighty Raven Dark says. I think I have it. That's probably this specimen over there. Yep, KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. And that is the Dreamliner to Mumbai? Or... no, that's going to Nairobi in Kenya. How windy it suddenly has become. First METAR 4 knots, then it said 8 I think, and now 16. Well, it's nice to see you again, Wilma, and I hope you've been well in the meantime. Yeah, and of course Nairobi is in Kenya, which is in the visibility of my stream deck is very poor today. It's very bright and the buttons are very shiny, so it makes it hard to see. Makes it a bit more elaborate to use the sound effects. Let me see if maybe switching it a little bit in a different angle makes it a bit easier to read. Yeah, that's the limiting factor. Reflections. All right, KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. That's the PHBQP Bravo Quebec Papa. It's a 777-200 18 years old, first flight April 2007, and of course Rio de Janeiro is on the same continent as where you can find Ecuador! Yeah. Well, the thing is, the buttons are only one thing, but they also have several pages, so there's I also need to switch between pages if I need to go from to those are on two different pages. Robert S asks, what's all this? What's this about the soil dug up? That's a good question. I actually don't know, because it has been here for ages now and it doesn't look like they're doing anything with it other than maybe protect the airplanes from prying eyes. I thought there were plans to expand the cargo apron and build more logistics companies there, so that there would be more cargo airplanes that could park over there. I'm not too sure that they're ever going to go through with that, since we have all kinds of eco limitations here. We cannot construct anything because of carbon emissions or whatever it is. Flights need to be reduced. 18 left still hasn't closed yet, as you can see. Transavia is now also taking off from 18 left. Dukman says, do we need to sponsor you for another stream day? Nah, mate, I'm good. This one nicely fits between the tripod legs, so I'm not in the position to bump into it. Yeah, a bit hard to show you. The picture in the community section was with the stream deck on the outside. I found that it is safer to have it inside. Okay.
Bruh.
People like sounding their horns. I like to chime in. Paul also back from not so safe Noordwijk. Now, Paul, what was it again that you were doing at the museum? You were working in one of the museums in Noordwijk, right? As it happens, Lisa is actually a graduated art historian, so museums and whatnot are totally her cup of tea. Lined up right now and about to be coming this way is Delta Airlines Flight 137, an A330neo going to Detroit, Michigan. November 425 Delta X-ray. Engelandvaardersmuseum, there you go. Center open, Polderbaan open, Adrian says. And Delta Airlines Flight 137 is on the move. The November 425 Delta X-ray. First flight October 2023, making it a year old. Are we now finally going to see all traffic outbound taking off from Kaagbaan? I sure hope so. Eric says, wrap everything in and make that you are at the Polderbaan. Why is that, mate? Why is that? Why are you so intent on me going to the Polderbaan? Hey Roderick, welcome back, mate. You did miss the C-17s. They are still on the ground, so you might catch their departure later. They were delayed. They were expected around noon, but they actually arrived, I think, shortly before 1. Thought they were expected to leave between 1:30 and 2. So that's probably becoming 2:30 and 3 then. Streep op de baan. KLM Flight 651 to Washington. And this is the PH AOA. Emirates, which will be flying to Dubai World Center, the 777 has arrived near the threshold of runway 24, so we're going to see it line up pretty soon. I wonder what the order of departure is going to be. Well, Air Oinkoink already lined up. That's going to leave first. Air Oink Oink, flight 1252 Pegasus, going back to Istanbul. The Tango Charlie Romeo Delta Oscar. Are there still any flights going to 18 left? It doesn't look like it. A350-1000 is coming this way though. And there's also an A350 to Guangzhou that has popped up on Flight Radar. So that's also coming this way pretty soon. Pretty nice. First up, Air Oink Oink, Pegasus flight 1252, back to Istanbul, Turkey, A321neo. This airplane is a year old. First flight was in March 2024, so still an infant. RCH 4608 scheduled 217 says W. Thank you for the update. That's the first one that arrived, right? The second one probably won't be much longer after that. Would be nice if they were to take off from runway 24, wouldn't it? But they're probably going to take off from runway 22 then. Alright, Gary Grebe. No, that's Chris Coot. Also saying hi to the viewers. He says like and subscribe if you haven't already, if you are enjoying what you're seeing. Thanks for the reminder, mate. The A350-1000 has already arrived. Is it going to be the next airplane? I think it is. Or is it Emirates? Is it going to be Emirates? In the meantime, Transavia over here. Bye bye. Toodles. Just to give you an idea of what things look like when they're when you're zoomed out. It is Emirates Sky Cargo first. Is it already rolling? Not sure that it is, but it won't be long probably. There it is, Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9920 to Dubai World Center. 777 freighter, the Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Sierra. This shit is Sierra. Nah, that doesn't work, does it? 9-year-old airplane, first flight August 2015. Howdy Richard, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the arrival of two C-17s already. We're filming departures, but we also witnessed two C-17s that landed here. One from Mildenhall and other from Ramstein. To pick up the last bit of material from the US delegation from the NATO summit earlier in the week. Let me see if I can find the registrations in a moment, W. Howdy Wouter, all is well indeed, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. Here is the Cathay Pacific. Once again, the registrations of the two C-17s that we are waiting for. So in the meantime, a warm welcome to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Cathay Pacific Flight 270 to Hong Kong. The Bravo Lima X-Ray Charlie A350-1000. Taking off from runway 24, luckily for us. 7 years old, first flight January, no June, not Jan but June 2018. I think it looks stunning, doesn't it? Okay, what else is in the pipeline? Lisa has to go, see you later. Let's see, Transavia, Shamrock, KLM to Panama City. Yeah, first next airplane it will be Transavia, flight 5817, going to Bari. Papa Hotel, Hotel Zulu Oscar. 18-year-old airplane, April 2007. Or at least that is what should be happening. And there it is. It is absolutely allowed to listen to ATC, Erik. Liveatc.net is where you can find the audio feed of the tower and the different controllers. Inbound, outbound, ground, approach, departure, arrival. Tower West for Polderbaan arrivals. Liveatc.net. There you can find almost all the ATC feeds for free without the need to register. It's moving already. No time to waste. Shamrock flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland is already moving. It's an A321neo. EILRH is the registration. 4 years old, first flight March 2021. Richard asks what my favorite airplane is. A question that has been asked often before and that I always find hard to answer because there's something to like about almost all airplanes. Concorde is nice, a Boeing 747 is nice. The audio of an A350, A330 is nice. The looks of the A350 is nice. The awkwardness of the Beluga is nice. So that makes it really hard to answer that question because there's something to say for all airplane types that are out there. That is indeed the thing, Richard. Everything is nice. Well, there's beauty in everything. That's at least very true. Standing here with my hoodie on, but with the wind constantly blowing from behind, I'm getting a bit of a cold neck. I think I might take off the hoodie and put back on my winter parka. What? That guy's crazy. Absolutely. But not before the next departure, a 777-300 that is going to go to Panama City. Time for a sip of vodka in the meantime. And the Chinese A350 is ready to take off after this. A350-900 to Guangzhou. First up, KLM, flight 757 to Panama City. Obviously Panama City not too far away from right, that was the Chinese A350 that we just now saw leave. Since I had to take off my microphone and I wasn't able to do the commentary during the previous departure, but now I have my parka on. If all is well, everything is working again. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia is what you see over there on the left. That's an A330-300. And indeed, Richard, everyone like and subscribe if you haven't already. It is a free and easy way to help this channel reach a more wide audience of like-minded people who just haven't discovered the channel yet. Your likes and subscriptions really help to get the channel across to new audiences. EasyJet is coming. Delta Airlines will be next after that. And E2 Umbrella 195 from KLM to London Heathrow. No, that's actually going to be next. Crept ahead, use Cheaters Lane. And it's going to take off before the Delta A330 will. Richard has to go. See you later, mate. And thank you for joining us. Mark asks if I saw the item on NH News. I did. Guy was interviewing me and Sander, or at least he was interviewing Sander in the beginning, in the morning, before we did the bus tour. Then he was looking for another one for some sound bites, so Sander pulled me in front of the camera. So I got to see that, absolutely. We're at 827 likes, still a long way from the airplane dance. Doesn't look like the momentum that we had before the NATO summit is repeating, at least not on a Friday. Maybe tomorrow and Sunday will be better. Seems I will have to go for a bike ride then to get my cardio in today. That's okay, with this wind, riding a bicycle, even if it is an electric one, still a good exercise. E2 and Red 195, if I recall correctly, this one was going to go to London. Man, those engines are big, aren't they? And from this angle it looks like the wings are swept forward relatively a lot, compared with other airplane types. Now you can see they are more angled to the back. Still, if you compare the angle of the wings, the leading edge versus the fuselage, you compare that with the 747, for instance. 747's wings are more swept backwards. That airplane dance, those missed airplane dances cannot be that cannot be repaired, I think, Paul. Wouldn't know how I wouldn't be able to do that. Can't think of any way how to do that. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia, the November 802 November Whiskey. Have we seen any A350s already? I don't think we have we? This A330, 22 years old, first flight June 2003. That was the winter parka being stuck behind the phone attached to my camera. Retrospective dances. That sounds silly. It sounds like traveling through time. Impossible. Vueling flight 8303 to Barcelona. That's an A320neo. KLM flight 641 to New York JFK is on the far left. Or is that the E2 Embraer in front of it? No, it's both of them. It's actually both of them. And the 787-10 is continuing. Or is it? Or does it just want to hold short a bit closer to the runway than the E2 Embraer? In the foreground, so on the left now, is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1755, which will be leaving to Hamburg pretty soon. Coming this way over the runway is Vueling flight 8303 to Barcelona. That is the ECNBA. Oh man, these airplanes are airborne so rapidly already. This one is probably going to be very high in the sky already when it passes us by. Oh, I'm hearing little duckies. Or is it a little grebe? It is a zebra grebe. Mummy, food, mummy, give me some food. It's a baby grebe in zebra livery, constantly whining about food. Mummy, give me food. Lunchtime for the grebes, it seems like. Coots are omnipresent. They're on land and they are in the reeds over here. Ducks I haven't seen yet, truth be told. Next airplane coming this way. KLM flight 641. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner to New York JFK. In the meantime, an E2 Embraer to London just now. No, Hamburg. Adrian says C-17 above Woerden, 26,000 feet. That's probably too low to be producing a contrail and a bit too far away for me to see properly. Maybe I can see it if I know where I need to look. It doesn't look completely blue in the direction I think Woerden is situated. So we're probably looking for an airplane that isn't producing a contrail on that altitude. Memories. Hey, what am I seeing? Right. I see something at the cargo apron that I want to zoom into after I'm done filming this this departure. This is KLM flight 641 to New York JFK. 787-10 Dreamliner, Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo, India. Now what is that I just now saw? Ah, okay, yeah, that's just the FedEx, I think it's a 737 or something that has been standing there for ages now. Don't know what they're doing with it, but interesting nonetheless to see. Right now, 3 narrow bodies over here at the threshold of Kaagbaan. I think Tarom is going to be the first airplane to leave. A-Jet you can already see, and behind A-Jet should be a Transavia A321neo. The airplane on the runway right now from, oh no, I thought I said Tarom just now, it's KLM, but it is going to Bucharest, hence why I thought initially it was Tarom, but C-17 new VENUP, and thanks for letting us know, because I am able to see it now. Yeah, it's against white. There it is. Another C-17. And this was at 26k feet. Mind you, the camera is pointing up, my phone is pointing down. I'm not able to see my phone screen at this moment. So all messages you guys are sending that might be addressed to me, I'm missing. Ooh, right in the... That an orange car coming this way? What kind of vehicle is that? Security or something. Okay, bright orange. Interesting. Okay, next airplane coming in. Hey, Jörg is also back. Good to see you, Jörg. Next airplane on the runway coming this way is A-Jet. A jet is coming. A jet leaving for Istanbul. Tango Charlie Lima uniform. Charlie is the registration. TC Luck. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight October 2022. So a couple of months. It is going to turn 3. Food. Now, also a little kootling. Beep! With mommy and daddy in the safety of the reeds, hopefully. Beep, 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 beep. So the baby grebe is making a lot of noise constantly. The baby grebe in zebra livery. Baby coot somewhere over there. Richard is back, good to see you, mate. So, if all is well, the first C-17 is expected to leave in 20 minutes or so from now. Any updates about the second C-17? Betty, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan, which is being used for departures. 2 C-17s have landed and are now at Schiphol Oost. Should leave again within the hour. Maybe after this departure, it's also time to have another look at the meter. We began with 4 knots of wind. That turned into 8. The last couple of meters, the wind has been saying 16 knots. This is Transavia flight 6411 to Naples, Napoli. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Zulu. Hey Ramon, goedemiddag. Next is going to be an M175. Before that, let's have a quick look, see what the wind is doing. The meter that we have in the ticker says more or less westerly wind, 16 knots. A refresh is going to tell us 15 knots. Wind is constant, the direction is constant, the temperature hovers around 20 degrees C, so all is really constant. Hey, you're welcome, Barry. Happy to oblige. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed. Or at least that's what I am assuming, because you say thank you. Hopefully after today, normalcy is going to return again. That was an Embraer 175 to Leeds. Time for a 737 to Verona now. Transavia flight 5461. Already going to Verona. Papa Hotel Zulu November. Maybe after this departure I'll have some time to update the meter in the ticker as well. Oh shit, now I clicked on the chat, so now the chat probably has frozen. There's no issue with the no issue with the custom emojis, but the orange pride and the other one has a capital O and the other doesn't. Apparently I named them the same, but one is with a capital, the other is without. That should differentiate between the two. Right, copy URL. You guys are writing messages that are too long. I need to scroll laterally to see them, and each time I do that I run the risk of basically chat window freezing. Think we have it again working. Yeah, all right. We're still in the process of copying the meter first, and then pasting it. Any updates about the estimated time of departure of the second C-17? The first one is expected to leave in, what is it, 14 minutes or so? Let's see, next up, KLM flight 1505, going to Madrid, 737-900. And has anybody seen what the estimated time of departure of the second C-17 is? Right, well, everybody is continuing about the emojis. Apparently that is more important than the estimated time of departure of the C-17. So let me fix the emoji then for you guys. Have that fixed. Be done with it. Let's see, that should be over here. Go, that problem should be resolved now. Full as well. The orange sprite now should be triggered with the word pride, and the other one is orange. Here we have TAP Air Portugal, flight 669 to Lisbon, an A320neo. This is Norwegian. Norwegian to Oslo, flight 1257. The Lima November Hotel Golf. Jeff has to go. See you later, Jeff. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Now, the estimated time of the The estimated time of departure of the first C-17 was in 10 minutes or so from now. Hey, looky here, it is Barbara. Good to see you again, Barbara. Hope all is well. Well, more tractors coming this way. You can find them everywhere. On the roads, in the fields. This one beautiful and red. Let me see, this is an A330 from KLM, flight 767, which will be leaving for Oranjestad, Aruba pretty soon. Now behind it should be WestJet, which I'm not sure which one will. It looks like the A330 is now first to line up. Also keeping a close eye out for flight radar. Alrighty, this is KLM flight 767 going to Oranjestad, Aruba, the PHAOD A330-200. 19 years old, first flight April 2006. Richard tries to go again. See you later, mate. WestJet to Halifax, it's going to return again. Max 8 737, lined up right behind the fence. You can just about make out the tail. Flight 71, it's a brand new airplane, less than a year old. It's turning 1 in September this year. Charlie Golf X-Ray Whiskey Juliet. Hey there, Barbara. And you can see in the background a departing Transavia. Means that we are once again back to parallel, no, not parallel, but what's the word? Well, it's not converging as well. 2 runways are open again for departures. Let's just call it what it is. Alrighty, WestJet on the move, going back to Halifax. Oh, and that was the baby Grebe diving under. Hey! Yannick has also arrived over here. And this is WestJet. Okay, let's see. I'm wondering, will those C-17s still use the same call sign, or will it have changed? Now, of course, I need to find my own message again with the registrations and actually use them. Right, let's refrain from using filters just to make sure that we aren't missing the C-17s if they do come alive on flight radar. Air Baltic is going to be next, taking Cheater's Lane. Should be getting real close in the air. This is the, well, not the furthest forward they could go, but there's still one exit, entrance, whatever you would like to call it, that is a bit closer to us. But other than that, this is Air Baltic flight 622 arriving from Riga. Bombardier C-Series 300, A220, Yankee Lima, Alpha Bravo Victor. So this is KLM flight 1459, which is leaving for, what is it, Montpellier? There you go. Oh, Dash 8 is coming in. Where is that? Come on, flight radar be right here. How? How is that possible? Yeah, already landed. Something going on with visibility. Aviator, thank you twice for 2 super chats. Second one with text, please do the airplane dance. We're at 883 likes, mate, so that's not going to happen. Not enough likes yet. I'm hoping that we are still going to see C-17s take off. I'm not seeing them yet.
They should be taxiing by now.
Yeah, exactly, but they're not showing on flight radar. They should be taxiing, but not yet showing on flight radar.
Maybe on ASDB.
If you could have a look.
Yeah, sure.
But we were able to see the airplanes when they were flying away from both Mildenhall and from Ramstein. So I'm thinking they should become visible on flight radar.
I don't see something on the ADSB.
Yeah, no. Same on flight radar. They're not visible yet. Nothing on ADSB. Rodwick confirming. We've got Yannick here as well, who's sitting next to me in the grass. He is also checking it out. KLM flight 1545 to Malaga. All right. Dustin says C-17 normally gets visible after takeoff. Let's check again. No, still not more information. So we're still waiting for anything to happen on Schiphol Oost, on the platform where there are 2 C-17s that we saw land earlier. One from Ramstein, the other from Mildenhall. Initially they were expected to land around noon and to leave again around 1:30 to 2 o'clock. They came in later, so they're obviously also going to leave later. Now the question is, when are they going to arrive? Wolfgang has to go. Thank you for joining, mate, and see you in the next one, hopefully. In the meantime, Runway 18 left has also opened up again and is catering to departures to the east. Embraer 190, just now that we saw, speed up, taking off, going to Warsaw. There it is. Always a lot to see here at Schiphol Airport, including this polished Embraer. I thought there was somebody in the chat who mentioned the estimated time of departure of the first one. Apparently it was also visible in bus or something. Don't recall who it was who said that, but I'm curious. Is there anything to see right now? Thought it was yesterday that the C-17s that arrived here were also leaving a lot delayed, several hours.
I think they were scheduled to be.
Now I'm thinking runway 22 Rudwick. Arrive on runway 22, leave from runway 22. In the meantime, over here, 2 KLMs, an Embraer 175 to Alessand and a 737-800 to Porto in Portugal. Air France A320 to Paris behind it. Behind them, I should say. Looks like Delta Airlines flight 257 to Boston has also popped up on flight radar. Well, I'm not going to be patient indefinitely. I think I am going to wrap up around 2:30 local time if nothing has popped up on flight radar then. This is KLM flight 1575 going to Porto in Portugal. 737-800. Papa Hotel Bravo Charlie Bravo. Alright, the Embraer 175 to Alessand is already on the move. Runway is so long. I'm surprised that the airplane hasn't been airborne yet, but it's not going to be long. Yeah, there you go. Already pretty far away. And Air France will be next after this. Air France to Paris. Yeah, I can hear him. Little baby baby coot over there. A little to get the focus in. Still in the safety of the reeds. Come on, autofocus, you can do it. Or not. Right, well, looking on flight radar, nothing is happening at Schiphol Oost. Those C-17s earlier in the week when they came in were also leaving hours delayed. This can still take hours, in other words, for the C-17s. We've seen that they have arrived, we know that they are there, but since we don't know the exact time of departure, I think I am going to wrap it up because nothing is happening here at the Kaagbaan anymore. I also see nothing happening at Schiphol Oost, so I think I am going to wrap it up and be back again tomorrow, hopefully. If the wind isn't changing, and I thought it was going to... Let's have a look. Let's have a look. We can have a look at Windfinder, see what the wind for tomorrow is going to be like. Thought it was going to blow from the west to southwest. And if that's going to happen, means crosswindy arrivals on the Polderbaan. So I'm looking forward to going there again after... Yeah, this looks well. Particularly windy in the early morning, but as the day progresses, the wind is expected to slow down a little bit. These are the wind speeds, these are the knots, and this is the local time. So for tomorrow we will have southwesterly to westerly wind. Looks like it is going to be arrivals on the Polderbaan with crosswind then. So hopefully I'll see you there then. For now, big thank you for joining me here. I had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. The C-17s were nice. Nice to see that they actually came. That's always a bit tricky announcing airplanes that I'm not 100% sure of that they are going to come. Happy that they did. If you like what you saw, you have to already consider leaving a like. But I think most people already did. Also, thank you for the super chats and whatnot. Thank you mods for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. To Imposter, so we're going in, we're going places with the channel if there are people who are impersonating AMS live in the chat. Upwards and onwards. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Be safe and see you tomorrow. Bye for now, guys. Oh, and the last minute automated pop-up of Nancy Lauderdale's second 2-month birthday. Thank you so much for your support there, Nancy. We'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Bye for now, guys. Be safe. Take care.
Bye.